Yo, 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 what's up? Good morning, good morning. IX, what's up? Iconic timing. I subscribed roughly 5 minutes ago upon discovering your outline devlog. Yeah, nice timing indeed. I try to stream around this time every weekday, just so you know. Yo, what's up, Derek? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday so far. Antonino, what's up, what's up? Okay, welcome to today's stream, where we will hopefully, finally, after way too long, close this issue right here. So just to summarize last month, because we're also in October now. So I began streaming again in 1st of September, and we did a big overhaul or rework, improvements of the action system in the game. The new system is way better, more robust, more extendable, better in pretty much every way. Although I haven't measured performance, I'm pretty sure it's better, and we can make it even better by moving from Unity events. But we will not do that today. When we had fixed the action system, we split it up in one part that is solely the actions, in-game actions, and then we create a separate layer which handles all the visuals, showing menus to the player and stuff like that. And that's what this issue is about: playable actions. It's pretty much just a wrapper around an action, and it shows information to the player and feedback to the player. Extremely specific to what kind of action we're working with as well. So I think yesterday we implemented this playable action place, which actually spawns 2 temporary objects. One that is being held, which is a little bit, we don't really need to do that, I'm pretty sure. And one that we place, and we render them a little bit differently, and it currently looks something like this. Let's see. So when we pick something up and we start placing it, we get something like this. And that was the last thing we did yesterday, although right at the end we noticed that it's not entirely done. We got some minor stuff left to do. And it's related to the interpolation. So we can see here, when we go from this side to the other side, we get this nice interpolation, placement interpolation here. But we can also see that it is dependent on the mouse pointer moving. So when we move it, that's when we get a iteration. We want to play this out, like we want to update the transform in every frame, not only when the mouse pointer is moving, okay? So that's what we're gonna start with. I'm also a little bit worried about this one. Why do we get... So the position is instant. That might actually be because we have such a big position delta. Probably. Let's try it. So we're gonna double check that one first. I want to know if it delta position max 1000. But the problem is, like, if we do a very low value here, 10, that's very low, right? Yo, what's up, Diggy? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday so far. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, if we do 10, we get this sort of... But maybe it will look good if we update it every frame. Okay, let's see. So playable action plays visualizer. So this is the object we place. Here we have set transform, which just instantly sets a transform, a place transform actually. And then we have something called interpolate transform. And it's interpolate transform that we call whenever the mouse pointer moves. I.e. here. Yeah, we do action place on point change add listener. I'm going to show what we're going to do here. We're going to utilize the fact that this one is a mono behavior. So we actually have access to this one. So everything we need to do is when the pointer change, we're definitely going to send in a new place transform. But the latest place transform we send in, we want to keep as a reference here, pretty much. So we can do that. Derek, as always, it's really cool to watch your progress here, Robin. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Sometimes it feels like you know, but I guess that's development, but it feels like one step backwards, two steps forward, you know? I guess someone just need to keep in mind that it's actually 2 steps forward, so not just 1 step. Because I know, like, exactly what we're doing now, we were doing right before the summer, I think, but this time around it's more refined, prettier, and so on. It's improved, like. But I appreciate it, appreciate it. So we're gonna have a current place transform. Let's rename this one to and then we're gonna have a goal place transform. And when we call set transform, here we also want to set current place transform is equal to goal place transform, which is equal to new place transform. Interpolate transform, this one right here, we're going to make this one private. We're going to call it, we're going to rename it and call it interpolate towards goal transform, maybe. Oh yeah, we don't need to send in anything here then. Yeah, I think we're gonna call this one yeah, we're gonna call it set transform, and then we're gonna have a Let's just call it new place transform there. This one right here, set current place transform, that's true. We definitely don't want this here. Set current place transform, new current place transform, yes. We don't want to set this one here. Current place transform, new current place transform. But I do if we don't have a current place transform, you know what, we're gonna do it like this. Public set current place transform. Current place transform. And then we call, we're just gonna do this actually. Update current place transform. And then I want to take both of these. There we go, something like this. Just simple, straight to the point. Update current place transform. Current place transform, and then we transform it towards goal with these max deltas. And then we set the position and rotation of the object like this. And then we have a method for setting the place transform and setting the current place transform. So setting the goal and setting the current. And in update here, we just do update current place transform. So back in place, set current place transform right here. We're going to do place object, set current place transform, and set goal place transform. And here we call just set goal place transform. Which actually makes me think about one thing. I'm pretty sure we want this to happen in late update. The problem I could see with this now being that we update, we do on process change. Yeah, we do this last, but I'm worried about, where do we have it? Set related game object here. Button map item. We do this in late update as well, so I guess it's a question of which late update comes first, the interpolation or the other one. We might be seeing some delay. Worst case scenario, the place button will be a little bit delayed compared to this one. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. And we can see now that we get this interpolation for every frame, so looks a little bit better. I'm still not sure what I think about moving it this slow over a distance. It's definitely way too slow, that's for sure. The fuck? But that's 10. If we make it too fast, it's gonna be extremely jumpy. If we make it too slow, it's gonna be too much of a delay. Probably want to make it... Yeah, we could also try to differentiate between just moving it like this from a point to a point roughly on the same depth, as opposed to when we go from one depth value to one much further away. This sucks as well. Although I'm not entirely sure we will let the play... Yeah, we should probably let the play run around while placing it. Just a jagged look of the selection outline. But I'm pretty sure we don't need to worry about that right now. Yeah, that's another thing. So this, like here, for instance, we don't want to be able to place it right. But that's for that's a little bit more specific. That's specifically for place. So we're gonna put it into the polish place action task later on. Is this actually true though? Oh yeah, these are old ones. We're gonna clean it up soon. Okay, but I think place is at the same... It's as good, if not a little bit better, than it was previously. So I think we can move away from this one, which means I'm pretty sure that we only have, let's see here. Generic, this one is done. Generic, this one is done. Generic. Oh, this one is done, I mean. Generic, yeah. We only have the playable action terraform left. And then we're done with this task. Marcus Jensen, what's up, what's up? And then we're gonna make a big, too big commit. But it's been a lot of back and forth here, that's why we have a lot of changes like this. Hate it every time it happens though. And Marcus, good, nice. How is the progress going? I think it's going pretty good. Pretty good. It's moving in the right direction, at least. And when we do the terraform or playable or terraform action, playable action terraform, we're gonna have a playable action terraform visualizer as well. And that is going to be our, we previously named it, yeah, where the hell did we put this one? Terraform action visualizer object. I'm pretty sure we're gonna remove this one. Or actually, no. It's this one we're gonna rename, right? Terrain-based terraform brush. Yeah, it's this one we're gonna rename. Antonino, what's up, what's up? I'm back, welcome back. What are you doing? Right now we're gonna implement, let's see here. So we currently have, I think, maybe we're not. No. So we should be able to terraform this terrain. And we want to implement the visual layer between the player and the world. So when we start terraforming stuff, we want to show the marker on the ground that shows us how big of an area we're going to terraform, and some other stuff. That's what we're implementing now. And I just need to underline once again that we have had this previously in the game. It's just now we re-implement it or import it to a new system, basically, or a new implementation. So we're gonna go to input, playable actions, and then we want to create playable action Terraform. Antonino, what's up, what's up? Thank you so much. And welcome to the membership. Well, thank you so much for the membership and welcome to the, I don't know what to refer to it as, but I appreciate it. Keep going. I will. So playable action Terraform, and then we're going to take this one and we're just going to rename this one to playable action Terraform visualizer. And move it over here. I want to open up this one as well. Okay, let's see here. It's the namespace game.input. We want to keep these in. And playable action Terraform. We're going to make this one a subclass of playable toggleable action. This basically means that this is an action that we toggle on or off, i.e. most actions actually. And then we need to implement some functions here. And I actually want to be explicit or use the long name here. We're going to remove the using and do this. And if I remember, we also had a problem with, let's see, this one. We want to do it as, like, we want to have abstract, selectable, and serialized reference here, or otherwise we're going to get some problem in the Unity editor. And we don't want this to be a place action, right? We want it to be a Terraform action. Like this. So this one here, we're just gonna do, do I want to do something similar here as I did here? That we create the object inside of the scripts, or we create the object in code or by code instead of having a prefab and drag and drop it. The problem is, what do we have? We have a mesh filter and a mesh renderer. I just need to check. We have a material, a very specific material as well. We're gonna go with a prefab for now, I think. Oh yeah, we haven't renamed the actual class here. Playable action Terraform visualizer. And we don't want it in game environment anymore. We want it in game and pretty sure we want it in user interface. Yes. Okay, that's one thing we need. Don't use this one. I'm gonna keep it around for now. Antonino, what about AI that helps you code? Do you think they are good or bad? I haven't played around with it too much. Every now and then I've used various AI models, asked question to them. And sometimes it has worked very good. I've noticed that when I've done web development stuff, simple web development stuff, then it's been very spot on. But sometimes when asking it and discussing like shader programming, it's been very wrong. And unfortunately, I haven't tried any of these like quote unquote integrated AI editor helpers, like I guess Claude or Cursor. So I can't really talk about those. But what I've seen so far, it looks decent. I got a similar question yesterday, and I've been thinking about like if I get the time in the near future, I'm probably gonna join some game jam, do some Godot, and see if I can experiment a bit with some AI. I hope that answers your question. And don't be sorry for the bad English. I understand completely what you mean. Yo, what's up, Arrow the Fighter? How are you doing today? Godot is fun. Yeah, it looks quite fun, actually. So, Nino, I'm using Claude for now. Shaders suck. Code like HTML and CSS are fine. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's pretty much what I feel as well. I don't know, like Claude and Cursor they're pretty expensive as well, aren't they? Arrow the Fighter just making some particles. Oh, nice. Oh, I'm dying to make some, like if we're talking like particle systems. It's been a while. Okay, so we have this one. I think it mostly solves itself. Late update. Yeah, we just update it at all times. Then we do show, hide, We set visualize terrain here, and we set visualize terraform brush here. Okay, beautiful. I think we can work with this. So, here we return terraform place. And here we return this. And for now, we're just going to return get action, I thought. Or, not action, but get toggleable input definition. Eventually, we're going to add some additional settings to this one. Show place interface. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want to do exactly something similar here. So basically, we toggle terraform on or off with E. So when we press E, we want to show. So if we highlight the terrain, we're going to have E and it's going to like start terraforming. And if we press E, we toggle terraforming on. If we do that, we want to show the marker on the ground again, and we want to show all of the different control options for controlling it. So like the different scrolls and stuff like that. So I'm going to copy this. I don't think we need anything else for now. So instantiate visual feedback. And this is where we want to instantiate the brush visualizer object. So not the prefab, but this is where we want to instantiate it. So it was up, no more breakpoints. Thank you for continuing this long. You inspire me. I can never give up, man. Game object we want to do right. Instantiate brush visualizer prefab. There we go. I don't think we need to set. No properties. Marcus Jensen, how did you learn to write shaders on your own without tutorial hell? So when you say tutorial hell, I guess you refer to when the phase where it feels like you can't do anything yourself, you always have to check tutorials, if that makes any sense. And no matter how many tutorials you watch and do, you still don't get, you still can't write any shaders on your own. Something like that. Yeah. I didn't learn to write shaders on my own initially. I actually learned most of the foundation to shaders in 2 university courses. And they were very good. But that didn't cover too much. So later on, when I wanted to extend my knowledge and do stuff with shaders, I definitely began with following tutorials online. I think that's a good starting point. And my tip for leaving this quote-unquote tutorial hell is to always, like, I want to make something myself. So I figure out what I want to make. Like, how do I want to implement this shader that looks like this and works like this. And then I don't follow any specific tutorial, but if I run into some roadblock, I try and look up that specific thing. So I try to write what I want to make without following a tutorial. So for instance, if it's hard and maybe not the best answer, but like if I want to write an outline shader and I want to learn how to write shaders, I might not Google how to do outline shader HLSL, because then I will probably just get a tutorial and I will just follow it and I will learn nothing. But if I instead Google about the like outline, what's the word I'm looking for? The concept of calculating outlines generally. So I read up and learn about the concept of doing outlines, what you need, and so on and so on. And then I try to implement that myself using a shader. Does this make any sense, or am I just rambling? Like, when I want to do something, I try to search for it. If I want to do something and want to learn something, I try to search for it more generally and less specifically, because I've found that if I do that, there's a less risk of me just ending up following a tutorial word by word. But fuck, man, I know leaving that tutorial hell is hard. I think I had the most trouble with it when I was learning Blender. Blender is, I found it to be incredibly hard. And it was just like, I followed the tutorial, made something, and then when I wanted to make something entirely by myself, I didn't know anything. So back to square one, follow a tutorial, do it, and yeah. Sometimes you just have to force yourself to not follow a tutorial as well. Yo, what's up, Wesley? And good morning, PG King. Wesley makes sense to me, but to get out of tutorial hell, use documentation. Try on your own, only search if you really get stuck. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like relying on documentation instead of tutorials as well. That's like one further step away from tutorial hell. Marcus Jensen, yeah, the famous donut. I love that everybody that has done anything in Blender knows about the donut. Marcus Johnson, I actually learned more by doing my own character animation than doing that donut. Yeah, that's usually, I agree with that one. But it, like doing the donut and similar stuff, it gives you a foundation, right? It's like learning a syntax of a new programming language, pretty much. How to navigate in Blender and stuff like that. Then when you step out from the tutorial and do something on your own, that's when you actually learn for real. I actually pondered that quite a bit, and I'm gonna... So when it comes to my cell shader devlog / tutorial and my outline tutorial / devlog, I wanted to make them... I guess the same goes for rigging and my animation devlog as well. Like I want to make those video in such a way that the viewer can learn something, not only about my project, but about the arts and craft of game dev. But I want the viewer to learn and not blindly follow, if that makes sense. Maybe I was a little bit too explicit with the code in the outline and cell shader. Maybe I should just have used less code and more explanations. But like, I want to learn concepts I don't want the viewer to blindly follow, if that makes sense. And that's also why I like released the code right after. Yeah, finding that balance is hard. I think Sebastian Leigh in his, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but in his latest like coding adventure videos, I think he has found the balance. It's fucking perfect if you ask me. Okay. Brush visualizer instantiate, then we have it, and then we want to do terraform, no, action terraform thought. Yeah, terraform place is not what we want to call this one. We want to call it action terraform. Marcus, I really like Sebastian. Yeah, me too. Fucking amazing videos. Extremely fun stuff he's doing as well. Most of the time. Okay, so show terraform interface. So this is where we want to show. I wonder about this one. Let's do this and this. And then we have update terraform interface. So in these two, this is where we want to show and update the brush visualizer, and we want to bind some inputs to different stuff. Razor Sharp, what's up, what's up? Apukas, what's up, what's up? How did you get into programming, and was it hard to learn? What best advice to start programming and what to learn? I mean, coding patterns. The second part of that question is extremely hard, I would say. I don't know if I can answer it correctly. But how I got into programming, I've always enjoyed creating stuff. When I was smaller, it was mostly drawing and, I don't know, making weird movies and stuff like that. And eventually I started to really enjoy creating stuff with computers. And eventually I wanted to create games, because that's like my biggest passion, I guess. So I started slowly and surely learning how to program. Initially I took some random course at a university, and then I actually applied and did a Master of Science in Computer Science. And that's where I learned most of my programming. Although I did a bit more math and image analysis and stuff like that. And I mean, yeah, I learned a hell of a lot on university. It gave me a very good foundation. But when it was time to do some game dev after, I didn't really know much about that specifically. So I just set my eyes on what I wanted to create, and then I started grinding, you know? For me, it has always been, if I want to learn something, the easiest way to do it is to, like, I decide what I want to create, and then I learn the thing I wanted to learn while creating the thing I want to create. Hope that makes sense. Razor, I'm tuning in and listening while working. Nice, appreciate it. I'm guessing that's what most viewers are doing. Yo, what's up, Wormius? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday so far. Gamer YouTube 69. Could you do bolts in Unity? I have no idea what you mean by bolts. Elaborate and I might answer. And what's up, Murat? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday as well. Wormius, my birthday. Well, congratulations. Hope you're having a wonderful birthday. Razor Sharp Fang, that sounds like, quote, just-in-time learning, unquote. Just-in-time learning. Just-in-time learning. Ah, fuck. Okay, that sounds like that sounds a little, that's like a corporate term. Just-in-time learning, I guess. But just-in-time learning is, everybody is different, but I think just-in-time learning, if we're going to use that term, is the way I like to learn. I.e., I want to make this game. Okay, in this game I want this functionality. Okay, how do I implement this functionality? And then we research and we learn, and then finally we can implement it, pretty much. Pukas, thank you for the answer. No problem at all. It was interesting. I've been watching your devlogs. Appreciate it. The editing of them are really nice. Yeah, I know. I love editing videos. Sometimes I go a little bit overboard, if you know what I mean. Antonino, it's funny how I'm programming for work and watching someone else programming something totally different. Yeah, it's like, I really like the idea of that. It's sometimes you can see people that grind Path of Exile, for instance. They play Path of Exile on their screen while watching someone else play something else on the other screen. This is just, I guess one could say, a little bit more productive version of that. Razor Sharp, I think the reason why I call it that is because you don't know all of the things you need to know before you begin the project, like a JIT compiler. I get it. But I did a quick Google on just-in-time learning, and it seems to be like a well-known term. Wesley, but PoE is fun. PoE is amazing. I love it. recently started playing it with my son, actually. It has been amazing. Clark King, I would say it's more of an exploratory way of learning. I also enjoy reading code from many projects and trying weird things just to see what happens. Yeah, I agree 100%. And Gamer YouTube 69, is that possible to make a game without writing a single line of code? These days it most likely is. I've never done it, but actually it's been true for a while. I dabbled in Game Maker way back when, and you could make a simple game without writing any lines of code. So yeah, you can definitely do it. But I wonder how specific the game can be, if you know what I mean, detailed. Razor Sharp over on Twitch, you can write a game without writing any code, but it might not be what you want it to be. Yeah, exactly. 100% that. Marcus Jensen, I tried to find a job in Unity development, and I was wondering if you ever had a Unity-related job, and if so, do you have any advice on that? Unfortunately, I have not. I have been pondering looking for something as well, but I've never pulled the trigger, so sorry, can't answer more. But also, Marcus, I wish you good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. Okay, so I just need to about this playable action Terraform. Yo, what's up, Antonino? Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. If you come to Italy, I will offer you a coffee. I appreciate it. I will keep that in mind. I've never been to Italy yet, but maybe in the future. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. So playable action Terraform. The previous way we implemented this action was that as soon as we hovered above the terrain, we showed a button that said terraform, and if we pressed that button, we terraformed the terrain. This time around, we want to do it much like we do the place action. We want to start the terraform process, and like you toggle it on and off, so it has two phases. It's off and then it's on, and while it's on, you can terraform the terrain and change the inputs and stuff like that. So it's going to work exactly the same as place object, which means that we add a listener to on process change, and on process change, this is where we're probably not going to instantiate a lot of things here, but we're going to show or hide a lot of things. In this case, we had to instantiate these because they are tied to the object we're holding. And we're also gonna listen on a lot of inputs. We're gonna take small steps and see where we end up. So we can start by doing, we instantiate the brush visualizer here. I also want to start by hiding it. If we start processing, we want to show this one. And if we stop processing, we want to hide it again, okay? Marcus, thank you. I'm preparing for the Unite 2025 in Barcelona on November. Unite 2025. Conference for game devs and creators. Oh, nice. Interesting. Gamer, which type of game are you making right now? We're making a creature collecting / management type of game. Much like Tamagotchi, Chow Garden in Sonic, or Rare's game Viva Pinata. I have a video on my YouTube channel where I describe the game idea in more detail, pretty much. Devlog 0, the beginning, I think the video is called. Okay. So what we did here previously, all of these and these things are stuff we're gonna do. Let's see here. We need to do this as well. And then, beautiful. So in playable action terraform, before we hide it here, we're gonna do set visualize terraform brush, and it's gonna be action terraform. Like this, and then I'm pretty sure we don't need this one here. We're gonna double check it, or we're gonna keep it around, but I don't think we will need it. And I'm gonna wait. I want to try this once before we start listening to these events as well. I think. Okay, we're gonna do it a little bit differently as well. So for place, it's like we press E to start placing the object, and then we can move it around, and then when we press E again, we place it, and that's the end of the placeable action. For terraform, I think we want to do, we press E or whatever button it is, we press a button to start terraforming, we can move the marker around, and then if we press another button, we terraform where we currently have the marker. Or actually, now I think we're going to do the same way we do it with place. So we press E to start terraforming, and that's when we adjust how big or small we want it to be, how deep or shallow we want it to be. And then when we press the button again, that's when we terraform and we quit the action. I think that's a good way to do it. Antonino, is the terraforming system like Astroneer? Are you taking inspiration from there? I'm not taking inspiration from there because I'm not entirely sure if I know exactly how that one works. But it might very well be similar. We're going to be able to do... So all of the terraforming is going to be, we're going to be able to higher or lower the ground. We're going to be able to add or remove water. We're going to be able to put grass down and stuff like that. This specific action here, terraform, this is just for lowering or heightening the ground. So it's going to be the equivalent of digging with a shovel or adding dirt. So it's I guess it's not the most basic part of terraforming, but it's pretty basic. Ren, is this a Pokemon clone? No. Gamer, by the way, love from Nepal. Thank you, appreciate it. Isn't it... I just had to stop. Oh yeah. It's Nepal that had the protests, right? Power to the people. Razor sharp, they burned down parliament. Yeah, I'm like from like the other side of the world, so it's hard to follow and know exactly what's going on. Yeah, I just hope it ends up fine, you know. Marcus Jensen, where are you from, by the way? I'm from Sweden. Okay, let's see if we have some visuals or anything here right after we have finished this one. Let's see here, action visualizers. You know what? I think it's high time we remove these. So the action visualizers are the... it's not the old implementation of this one, but it's the in-between implementation of it. So we are gonna delete these. Marcus Jensen, that's cool. I would love to visit Sweden one day. You're welcome. Where are you from, by the way? Like, I would assume Jensen to me is a like Danish surname or Danish-ish surname, but that might be entirely wrong. AI tells me it's actually Scandinavian origin. Okay, so character 01, we're gonna add a playable action here. We are gonna add playable action. Yeah, we need to make it available as well. So let's serialize this one. And Marcus, I'm from France, actually. But yeah, it's a Danish name. Okay, nice. Terraform priority, I think we're gonna take a medium on that one. Toggle input is going to be... Fuck, I always forget what we have here. Action 1 is Q. E. Okay, we're gonna go with action 2. And then we have brush visualizer prefab. Oh, come on. Terraform action visualizer object. Playable. Yeah, we're gonna rename that one to playable action Terraform visualizer. And we have playable action Terraform visualizer script. And we have action Terraform here. We can't change anything here. And then we have the brush here. Oh, yeah. Let's see what kind of setup we have. 1 sec, I'm just gonna run AFK real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. I want to set this up. I want to set our new Terraform brush up in a way that is exactly like the old one. So what did we have? Brush textures 5. Oh, we actually have... We actually have 6 now. Oh, let's do it then. I'm gonna do circular noise as the first one and this one as the last one. Brush material. Oh, fuck. Terraform default material. Brush radius range 0.1 100. Okay, let's see here now. 0 0 0.1. And then we have 0.1 That we're pretty much done, I think. Okay, now it's probably the same as it was. Razor Sharp Fang. I sometimes wonder how to make customizable characters with many sliders, e.g. tall, short, mask, theme, thin, fat, muscular, weak. Sounds hard. Yeah, I've been looking into that myself because I want to add some variation. And I guess there exist multiple different ways to do it, as always. But some that are quite popular is, I guess you could either go with like a bone structure where you scale the bones. So, or you could go with a solution with shape keys. I'm trying to remember if shape keys is the correct terminology in Unity. I did some very basic stuff with it. One sec. Blend shapes, I mean. Blend shapes, Unity. Yeah, I think the easiest way would be blend shapes. But honestly, I know too little about it to give any advice or honestly to talk about it more. Maybe in the future though. I've been wanting to do it because I've been pondering, like I do want to have some customizability to the character. And I mean, it's pretty unisex already, I reckon. So you could do something simple as just hair and hair color differences, but I mean, it would be fun to make him a little bit thinner or fatter, you know. Maybe we'll look into it. But I'm leaning towards shape keys, or whatever they were called. Okay, let's try this one. Do we have... Okay, we can see here that we have a terraform option. Unfortunately, we still have them here. We're gonna change this, okay? We want to show these terraform and hide, show and hide information. We want to show it exactly where the pointer is. That's the first thing we're going to solve. And if we terraform now, what happens then? Then we actually get... We actually terraform. Yes, but what we want to happen is... when we start terraforming, we want to show a marker. And if we press again, that's when we want to terraform. I wonder where our... There we have it. Playable action terraform visualizer. This one is actually invisible. And we don't show it here. No, we don't. We never show it. Okay, first of all, I want to fix so that the Terraform button is where we have the mouse pointer. So, ooh, 1 sec. We actually get an error here when we quit. What is this? Could not update a managed instance value of property path. Focus action. Yeah, these are the old ones. So hopefully... that was just some missing pointer. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Playable action Terraform. So if we take a look at place, here we do set related game object for our button map item. Set related game object. We want to do something similar for Terraform. But it's not only that, it's also when we inspect something, action inspect point position. Okay, this one works, but okay, playable toggleable action. Update visual feedback, set button information, set related game objects. So this one tells us where we should put the toggleable action or where we should set the visual toggleable button icon for some action or for any playable action that is toggleable. So in this case, we just take the target and we take the game object that the target has. Or we get the action, we get the target, and then we get the game object of that target. And that's where we put the button, unfortunately. So this is wrong. I'm wondering if... Okay, so this is pretty much what it is. For some of these, we want it to follow an object, like we do right here. But for some of these, we want it to follow the pointer. So I'm just wondering where we should set this up. We could do, so action could have a point of interest or something like that. So it always points towards what it finds interesting. Point. Actually, let's see here. It's not related to the action itself, but more the object we're focusing. So show info, for instance, when we highlight the terrain, we want to show these menus around. A perfect would be if we could show it per mini square, so to speak. Next best would be if we show it exactly where the pointer is. And this, I guess, is the third best option, the worst option. But like the inspect here, so that's how it should work for the terrain, but for the object it should work much like it does right now. For a point of interest. I wonder. Oh, we still get this one. I guess we're gonna have to restart Unity. It's not too bad. We can keep it around. So sending in entity here would be nice. Button map item. We're gonna rename this one as well. That's something we did previously. Because if we send in entity, we can create a method like get point of interest given a point or something like that. But if we work with entity here, we're going to get some problems when we try to visualize. Or here we do set related game object, and then we have place object game object, because this one is not a entity, it's just a temporary game object pretty much. You could also send in a specific action. Maybe that is the best way to do it. Set related game object. If we send in an action, and then we can ask for some point. Yeah, maybe. Pukas, do you work somewhere and do your project after work on free time? Yeah, I work on this game like part-time. And I definitely get you. Like, it's hard to balance. And everybody's different, but I guess, like, if I were working full-time and doing this project, I would probably try to put in 1 or 2 hours on the morning before my regular work. But everybody's different. That related game object. We could also do... Nah, it's somewhere here I want to put it. You know what? In this, we could actually do it like this, I think. At least for... At least for the Terraform, this one, we could do... Much like we do in Place, where we do set related game object here in show place interface. We could do show place interface. Like, we could do base button map item set related game object, and here we set the pointer. That's a bad way to do it. Now, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have to set related game object. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do something with entity here. get a point of interest. And then I guess we're just gonna have to add a we could add a temporary entity component to this one, or we could create a interface here which entity and this one implements. Although I don't know what that would be. I'm pretty sure I want to do this with entity, because I'm also thinking like an entity will have a point of interest, right? If we have a creature, if we have one animate entity looking at another animate entity, the one looking at the one like it's going to be needing to look at a certain point, right? Or by having a point of interest on entities, we make it easier to animate where a creature should look when it looks on another creature. Yeah, that is 100% the best way to do it. How the do we solve this one? Interactable, placeable. Yes, of course. Interactable, placeable. Interactable. This one has... This one has a place transform. Is it interactable we want to have the points of interest? Maybe it is. I think it is terraformable. But inspectable then. If we have the terrain once again, a lot of things are inspectable. For the terrain, we want to make it... For the terrain, we want to make the inspect point be where the mouse pointer is. For everything else, we want the origin point. Hmm. So it won't work putting it here. Like, I'm trying to figure out what is it actually that has ownership of this point of interest. Terrain. It should be the playable. It should be the playable action. Oh, this error again. Okay. And we can see here that the place UI is a little bit delayed, which I spoke about. I think it is. Maybe not. Very annoyed that this issue is back. I'm gonna restart Unity just to see if we can get rid of this one as well. But this one, so we have like this, we have three different options we want to do. Or so we want to do show at interacted object. So this is the one we do the most. If we hover above any entity, we just show the interactions around that entity, on that entity. And we want to be able to show at entity. I guess this one is interacted object origin, entity specific point, and then we have show at action specific or playable action specific point. So I wonder if we should just this is default. Sometimes you have an entity that wants to, where the information should be displayed at a specific point. You have a very big entity in the terrain example. And then sometimes you have where a specific playable action takes control. This, the show information here, that's the first example. Hovering on the ground here should be the second example. So entity specific. And the place here following the outline one, that's the third example. Oh, do we still have this one? I mean, we don't reference this anywhere anymore. Yeah, I hope that's it. Okay, you know what? I think we are gonna make it so that we send in a interactable here. Button map item interactable. I think. Damn, this is annoying. I'm going back and forth. Target game object. Target. It was a guild cord. I'm studying game design, and bro, what is happening on my screen? A good question. Apukas, what is your opinion on people who use AI like Claude Code for the project encoding the mechanics? If it's a person who is a 3D artist and solo developing his game. Honestly, I have nothing against it. Each to their own, how they want to create stuff. That's the most important part, I guess, creating. What I don't like, which unfortunately AI has enabled, is like low quality or low effort stuff. Things created with no effort, like where people... Because basically almost everything low effort is shit. And then when you have generative AIs, then you get to the whole copyright problem, which is another side of it. But like, whatever helps people being creative. Wormius, the issue is also when you want to change something and you have no idea how it works. Definitely, but like that's an issue for the person using it. But 100% true. 100% true. Guild Cord using AI is a tool. Don't use it as a skill. If for some reason one day technology goes away, you could be starting from scratch if you don't know now. Yeah, AI is definitely a tool. A very good tool in some cases. I've mentioned previously that I've been playing around with it as like a substitute for Substance Painter. Unfortunately, that's generative AI. Unfortunately, it hasn't given me any good results yet. Okay, I really want to run and make a new cup of coffee, but I need to solve this issue first. I keep going back and forth. The weird part with this one is that which component that owns this point of interest is not set, like it doesn't come natural to me. Using the target origin, sure, but it doesn't work for when placing something or when we use a dummy. But one sec. It's the playable action. It's the playable action that should decide it. By get action. Because I do agree, low effort and generative AIs producing it. Yes, indeed. Like, I've seen some genuinely amazing stuff being produced by generative AIs. But most of what I've seen is shit. Okay, this is how we're gonna do it. I'm still not entirely sure if this is how I would like to go about it. But button map item. We're gonna try this one. Button map item. We are gonna related game object. We are gonna do game actions action. Related action. Late update. We're gonna do related action is not equal to null, and then we're gonna do something here. Get point of interest or something. Action. We have point here. I want to do get description, public, virtual. Vector 3. Point of interest, I don't know. That is the best name for it. But let's have this one. By default, this one is always gonna return target. We do like this: if target is equal to null, return we should always have a point at least. Okay. So then we return point. dot position. Otherwise we return target dot transform dot position. Get point of interest. So back in button map item, we do transform dot position is equal to related action dot get point of interest, and set related action. Okay, so in playable toggleable action, we can just do set related action instead, and we just do this. Okay, let's see how this works. This has probably not solved anything just yet, but set related action. So we get action here. We don't need to set this one anymore because the action place point of interest, we're gonna, where do we have it? Get point of interest, get description, instantiate destroy. Initialize. Get point of interest, and what we want to return here is if target placeable is equal to null, then we return base dot get point of interest. But if target placeable is not null, then we return target placeable dot place transform dot position. I don't think this is not gonna look exactly like it did previously. Okay, we still have this. Show info. We have all of them on the same because we don't do offset anymore. We need to fix the offset. If we pick this one up and place it, looks pretty good. So whatever happened with the offset, was that in button map item offset? Was it in action? Set offset. Playable toggleable actions. Okay, beautiful. I'm pretty sure we had it here temporarily. Okay, so now we're back at how it looked previously, roughly. And now we can hopefully make the last step and put this one right here. Point of interest. Because what I'm thinking about doing right now is, in action we do point of interest. Here we just do target.transform.position. We are going to make entity have a point of interest defined. Eventually we want to define these points of interest manually, because they are not always going to be the same as the origin. But, actually for now I think we're going to do this. Entity. Yeah, let's just call it general setup for now. And it's going to be serialize field. Use or origin is point of interest. Or fuck, what do I want to call it? Maybe not point of interest here again, but origin. such a weak use origin. Can we do, oops, get private set. Or, we're gonna do it like this. Yeah. If target is equal to null or target dot use origin is false, then we return point position, otherwise this. And then how we want to try this is by just disabling use origin on the environment. Like this. And then we get these, the options here, show info. But for this one we use the origin, for this one we use the origin, but for this one we don't. I'm pretty sure we won't be using this one eventually like this. So show info, we won't show any info for the environment like this, only for specific things like this and this. And when we do that, we're not going to show this information. And when we do terraform, we're probably going to show the terraform by the shovel. So when we hold the shovel, I guess we will show the terraform icon by the shovel and not like this. But yeah, this will work for now. Great. Before we continue with showing the Terraform brush UI and stuff like that, I need to run AFK. I'm going to make myself a new cup of coffee so I can go for another hour or two. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see what we have. So here we have a similar issue we had yesterday. And we actually managed to... Oh, yeah. Maybe. Let's see. I think we managed to solve it yesterday. Now we just need to solve it here as well. And it's related to... Yeah, what the hell is it related to? It was definitely Terraform, right? I think it's... Is it Terraform? Do we need to remove place? I'm a little bit worried that it has something to do with this. And oh, action. Yeah, we might want to do... We might want to destroy some of the things related to the playable action Terraform visualizer. So this one, I think. Inspect. Get action destroy. Unavailability change remove all listeners. Fuck, I removed those error texts too early. Let's take a look at them. Terraform. No, we don't have them. Let's play again. There we get it. That's another thing though. Animate entity is grounded. Yeah, that's the same as yesterday. And it's this one. It's performed. Playable toggleable action. It's 100% this one. Bind action to input and unbind action to input. Destroy if input handler is not equal to null. Okay, so unfortunately, I guess this one... that we never unbind it. I guess one way to do it would also be to do input handler on destroy. We're gonna do... Marcus Jensen, feels nice to work on a website while watching the stream. Sounds nice, appreciate it. Doing something productive while watching someone else doing something productive. guess it depends on one's definition of productive as well, but oh yeah, did we actually action events? I don't think we used this one, do we? Do we? Find action to input. Toggle input. Yeah, we do. We still use system action input callback context here. Marcus Jensen, I guess a portfolio is productive. I would define it as productive. I would define working on a website productive as well. So according to me, 100%. Okay, so how can we properly clear this one? So the problem is, so this issue, we had it yesterday as well. It's related to not reloading the domain scene between runs. So it's basically this. We bind, we have a set of inputs and then we bind some functionality to that input. And then when we exit the scene, we don't clear those. So when we start up the scene again, we still have some loose events that utilizes objects that has been destroyed since a while back. And I'm pretty sure it's that this one never happens, which is a little bit annoying because we do destroy base destroy here, and we should be calling. So if we go to playable action handler or action handler, or we can go to animate entity, on destroy base on destroy, and here we do action handler destroy. For animate action handler we do action destroy. For playable action handler we do playable action destroy. And in a playable action we do get action destroy, and on available change remove all listeners. We also make it possible to override this one. So this one should override it and check if input handler unbind action to input. Clark, why don't you add a breakpoint and step it to be sure? I'm pretty like we did something very similar yesterday. And like, okay, if we take a look at, so in this case, it's animate entity is grounded. That is the issue. this one, it's not always this one that is the issue. So it can be different actions as well. So it's a question of where do we put the breakpoint. Pick up, place. Jump works fine now. Terraform works fine now. Pick up, place, stop, play. Pick up, place, and here we have it. So now it's... actually, we could do... Now it's interactable, placeable, 72, but it's performed. So it's pretty much this. We can see here that it's always performed. And playable toggleable action, this is the only point where we bind an action. Or we can jump to this one and we can check where this one is being called from, and it's playable toggleable action. Like I think it's pretty clear that this is the issue. And I mean, yeah, a breakpoint could make it 100% clear, but just in this case, I don't know what it would help with, apart from that. Antonino, yeah, I'm also more like a debug kind of person, honestly. Breakpoints have helped me a few times. When I'm extremely lost, it's usually my like backup plan. But like unbind action to input. I think this one, handler becomes null. We try to unbind the action, we can't, and we're fucked. If we take a look at our actions, we have something like this, remove all listeners. That would be amazing if we could do that. I'm just going to remove this as well. This is something we tried real quick yesterday. I would love to be able to do I would love to be able to do something similar to remove all listeners on destroy. That would be amazing. I don't think we have this with input actions. We could do we have destroyers? Disable, dispose. This would be very nice. Antonino, you're entirely, like, it's 100% okay with me to use the live chat as a lobby chat. 100%. Okay, I think this might have been it. Is this a proper way to dispose it? On destroy input action. Do we want to dispose all of these, or is it just the ones used in playable action? This one is a bit unfortunate as well. The offset flickering, but this one we're gonna add as a separate. It's more related to place polish, I would say. But okay, it seems like we don't have that error message anymore, right? Okay, never mind. Clark King, I'm picking up on an abandoned project of mine. And that seems pretty interesting, by the way. Project Zomboid looks hella good. So something that takes inspiration from that is interesting to me. Okay, but it definitely seems like we did not solve it by doing dispose. I'm a little bit worried here. Callbacks of general input action 1. General input action 1. Is it this one? Do we need to clear this one? Input. I guess we could also actually do, but then again, I wonder how disable, I wonder how this feels a little bit unclean. Feels like we're gonna have this one hanging around. Clark King, I saw a lot of array access to the inputs. Why don't you went the link route? I find it easier to use with lambdas. Do we have... Are we talking about this? Or are we talking with this? I'm a big fan of to use link. I use it quite a lot. I guess I didn't feel the need here when I initially did this one. My input handler is a little bit of a mess right now, though. Link is a... what is it? A library for C# to do some nice... to work with collections. Let's see if we can get a... I'm trying to find... a quick... what is it? A set of functions to work with collections. That can be very helpful. Let's see here. I'm just gonna link... These are the methods I mostly use with it. So you have like, if you have a collection of stuff, a list of stuff, and you want to find a specific stuff, or you want to sort them based on something, or find a minimum element based on some property and stuff like that. It's just a lot of methods for making stuff like that easier to do. Yeah, in Link you have order by, and then you can send in like what you want to order it by and stuff like that. It's very nice. Like a query in SQL. Actually, if you just search for a link C#, that's exactly the same. or the examples you get. Okay, this time around we don't. Maybe we have solved it temporarily this time around. Nope, we don't. Action reference. It's keyboard Q. One sec. Did I screw up? Find player input. Ah, yeah, I might have. Player input actions. At the end of the game, when we exit the game, if we loop through all of the actions in player input and we disable them and then we dispose of them, wouldn't that clear everything? Clark King, like, I love Link and use it quite excessively, maybe a bit too much. And often when I use it on stream, I get comments about it not being as performant as one would have hoped in most cases. I don't know if that's something you recognize or... Clark, yes, it's not the best performance, especially with large collections, and tends to be memory heavy if not used correctly. Old Entity Framework is an example. Yeah, memory heavy if not used correctly. Yeah. It's this one. These keep hanging around for some reason. Let's see, input action, Unity. Six, do we have it? 1, 3, 1.6. I wonder. Then when we start a new session, we enable it, and we still have some disabled. I wonder what happens with dispose. Okay, I don't think we want to do dispose. What do we have on reset? Not sure we want to do this. You could unassign the events with the operator minus equals 2. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. The problem with that is that we need a reference to what we want to unassign, right? We don't have something similar to remove all listeners. And that's what I'm trying to do in playable action. Toggleable action destroy here. Unbind action to input. So we have a method we call which unbinds it. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure this one never gets called. We're gonna try it, and we're gonna do it with the debug. Unbind action. If this one gets called, I'm gonna be very surprised. Clark, use ref in function argument. I don't know how that would help us in this situation. Oh, we actually get unbind. Unbind. Never mind. That could be unbind action. This is not where I want to check it, because I'm pretty sure we unbind. Yeah, we call this one on disable as well. But I want to specifically check on destroy here. So we're going to put it here. Do we have toString or... Okay. And then we quit. And let's see, unbind. We actually get it. Unbind. All jump. Lies, hit, consume, equip, inspect, place, terraform. Okay, so we did unbind it here. Let's clear it. No problem. Unbind. We unbind it again. Pick up, place, quit. We get unbind again. We haven't gotten any issues yet. Okay, we have some weird jump visuals, but that's okay. Yo, what's up, Vintrix? And this time around, we didn't get unbind. So if we play now, and we jump, we get 2 errors. Right. Apukas, I'm working from and having the stream is nice. Feeling like being connected to a co-worker kind of stuff, I guess. Co-worker, there we go. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow on reading chat now. But yeah, that's like one of the reasons I stream. It helps others, and it also helps me. Okay, this issue is... I hate this. So what happens is what I assumed. Sometimes this one gets called and we properly unbind the action. Sometimes it doesn't. So sometimes destroy for the specific action gets called. It probably gets called after input handler has been destroyed, so we can't unbind it. But that's a new thing I want to try. Let's see here. Okay, now we don't have any unbind. And we get the errors. If we quit now, no unbinds. We have unbinds. There we go. Quit. Okay, here we got yep, here we get try unbind, but we never get down to here. So yeah, sometimes when we call destroy here, this one is already destroyed, hence we can't call unbind action, i.e. this method for all of these actions is left, like we're still listening on performed in input handlers. When we restart the game and we don't clear the domain or the scene, these are left hanging, but they are now pointing to empty objects, and I have no idea how we should solve this. If we had remove all listeners, it would be amazing, because then we don't need to unbind them on destroy. We just remove all listeners in input handler, but unfortunately for some reason we don't. Vintrix switched my Godot project to C# and I really like it. Oh, nice to hear, nice to hear. So you're doing the Godot with C#. If I were ever to like do anything in Godot, that is probably the way I would do it. Clark, you could add another check at the end of the method to unbind if null. But I don't know how we should unbind it. Like, handler is null, and it's this one that has a reference to the action, right? I don't know how we could get to this state. Or could we do, maybe we could do it like this. Maybe there exists something like for each input action, and then we do for each, I'm just testing here, input action, callbacks. I wonder if we could get all of input action callback context, or these ones, all of the actions, and then we could just remove them one after the other. Clark King, if handler is equal to null and unbinded. Unbind. Yeah, like I know how we figure out that we need to unbind it. I just don't No, exactly. Like this instance holds the action input reference we want to unbind to. Like if this one is null, we have no way of getting that action input reference. What's up, TM, by the way? I had an issue with some callbacks not triggering correctly when I minimized and opened my game window again. What helped me was input system.reset device, device plus input system try sync device. Oh, I'm gonna keep that in mind. This, like, how do we get to this one? Properties, what do we have? Action map. One's like input action. Properties action map. Yeah. Clark King, I hate when it's unclear if it's my bug or it's the engine. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. And we do remove all listeners. Action C#. I don't even know if that is the correct. Remove all event handlers from an event. Lake. I don't know. It feels so weird that we can't remove all of them at once using a method here. I don't want to go down on, so input action, it's, or the events here. Input, it's an action of input action callback context. Event. C# remove all event listeners. And then we get this one. Delegate D in find clicked. Clarking, and this is how you end up writing your own event, Buzz. Hopefully not. But it almost feels like given the fact that there's no easy way to clear all of them makes me second guess what we're doing, what we are doing here, I guess. But it shouldn't. So when this action gets enabled, then we want to bind the input to this action. That's pretty much what we do. Clarking Classic, it's just a list of callbacks, so easy. Yeah, one would think. One would think. You know what? We could also do it. Oof, I don't know if I like this though. I mean, we could keep a reference to the action in here, then we could disable it quite easily. But because what fails now is that our singleton is destroyed. But that's such a weird way to do it. That's one of the good things about Unity events. So we could definitely go that route. Let's see. Let's do it. Unity events. Clerking, you could also trigger a second event that takes care of and unbind all actions when you exit. Yeah, but we're gonna have to keep references to those events then, right? But I'm thinking of just wrapping it with a Unity event and then remove all listeners on the Unity event. Like I thought about doing yesterday. I think that's a little bit nicer. So basically, that keeps everything Unity input system related is kept in input handler, and input handler is just a reference or a wrapper around that input system basically. So which also means, I touched on this yesterday, but which also means that we don't get anything like this outside of our input handler. And that's definitely one way to do it, and I think we're going to do it. It's much like we have here. So if we have, yeah, we have a Unity event here. So basically we have the new input system listens on mouse movement. And when we get mouse movement, we have a function in input handler where we take that mouse movement and we transform it to camera relative movement, and then we trigger a Unity event. And these toggle events, like, they're pretty straightforward, but maybe, like, so it's this one. Maybe we should, even though they are just on or off, we might wrap those as well. And just, so what I'm trying to get at is we don't bind to input actions from outside of input handler, we bind to Unity events. And the only reason I want to do that is because Unity events has remove all listeners, which I enjoy. So let's see here. I'm also highly skeptical to this one. How do we get them? Player input, actions, input definition, get label. That's how we get the input action. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing... let's keep it private. Interaction events might be what we want to call it. Input definition. Interaction label. And then we do input action. Let's just keep this one here. Input definition, input action. So now we have the input action. Now we want to, I guess we want to check if it's null. If input action is not equal to null, then we do input action dot enable. Do we use this one anymore? No, we don't. So then we enable it, and this is weird. We enable it, and then we do action events dot add input definition new Unity event. We enable this one, and then we do input action dot performed plus equals to context just wrap it in a event instead, like this, and then we do bind action to input, unbind action to input. What we send in here instead is a yeah, what the hell do we send in? Or I guess we could do, yeah, maybe that's better. Can we send in Unity? action events. I'm not gonna do any checks right now, but if we do something like this, action events, and then we do exactly here. So here we instead we do on destroy here we don't do anything. We just do base destroy. But in enable and disable here we do input handler dot handler get event for input definition or toggle input definition. Get event for input definition dot add listener toggle action. Bam. So we do this instead. That's enable, and the disable is very similar, but remove listener. And then finally, the code that is going to save us, or I hope, is on destroy in input handler here. We just do for each Unity event, action event in action events dot values. Remove all listeners. Bam. Okay, let's see if we have any compile errors, and then let's try it. Unfortunately, this is the type of error that it might look fine that we don't have it, or that we successfully removed it. But then it might get or come back. It's situational. Okay. Start placing, we just start it, or we place it instantly. And that is because, yeah, why is that? One sec, be right back. Sorry about that. Okay, so this, I think we don't get any errors, but we get instant processes for some reason. So they start and quit instantly, pretty much, which is weird. We have in input handler, we have, instead of listening on, well, let's double check this again. We do performed, that's when we add invoke. We just do so we get the event and then we add listener toggle action. If ready, start processing stop. It's like this happens first and then this happens instantly after. And I have no idea why. If we wrap it like this. When we do the toggle event here, this one has always worked fine, I think. I'm pretty sure we don't call enable twice. That would suck. Or is it that we invoke this one twice? That shouldn't be true either, right? Toggle event only happens once as well. And in toggle event, we're doing the exact same thing, right? Toggle event. Instantiate events. Here we instantiate it down here. Unless... Now you know what? We actually place it instantly as well. It's all toggleable. We just start it and then we stop it pretty much instantly. Why? Bind. I just want to see if we bind it 2 times. Don't do that, we just do it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Action event invoke. I want to do okay, let's just try this real quick as well. Invoke, right. Invoke action 2. We only invoke it once. TM, can't you check the binding action in the debug profiler? Is that the new... Oh, you mean check it here? We have it in a dictionary, so I can't. But we can get to the bottom of this tomorrow, because unfortunately I need to run now. We did a lot of good things today, but then we have this issue we need to take care of. If we can find why this is being invoked twice and solve it, then we're fine and dandy. But I gotta run. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Peace.